you worked with the Scottsdale Police Department to get the familial DNA search, correct?
I worked with the governor and the attorney general to see if we could make it legal.
And you were kind of the person who was the catalyst for that to be used in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Good morning to all of you. Thank you all for arriving on time this morning. And we will continue on with the state's witness. We have Ms. Palma on the stand who continues to be under oath, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome back. So I'm just going to jump right in. We're pretty much done with the house, but I just had a handful of questions. This has previously been admitted as Exhibit 251. I understand. Did you do this?
I did not.
I'm just showing this to kind of reorient. Does this appear to be kind of an overhead diagram of the home itself?
Yes.
Does this look generally accurate if this is the front door that I'm pointing to in the left middle of this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And so we looked at a lot of pictures that you took yesterday, and just kind of to understand, the 4 bedrooms are up here on what would be the north side of the house?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously the backyard here to the east?
Correct.
When I was going through some of the photos that you had done, I went through them by number, but we skipped 139. So for any astute, this is already admitted by stipulation, but for any observers, this is 139. Does this appear to be what we've already talked about? What is this?
Yes, photo marker 31 located in the master bedroom on the nightstand.
Okay. You mentioned when you went into the house that first night, we talked about the evening of the 18th, that you wore that. We talked about what you wore that night.
Yes.
When you went back on the 19th, when your shift started, what do you remember what you wore on that following day?
At that time, I was still in full protective equipment.
As you processed the scene over a multitude of days, including going back on the 20th, do you remember, did you do Tyvek every time, or did you do something else?
I think toward the end of the scene, as hot as it was, people were sticking mostly to their gloves and their booties and less of the full suits, being that they were not a breathable material, so it was not very forgiving inside the home.
And we talked about that dresser in the master bedroom. You can actually see it in 139, so just to orient you on the left side here.
That's correct.
When you were in here taking photographs that we've already shown, I'm not going to go back to, was there, for your workspace, was there a lot of room to maneuver in this bedroom area?
No.
And at the time you were taking those photos of that dresser, was that a time you were still in the Tyvek?
I don't know.
Okay. If it had happened on 2/19, would you have been wearing the Tyvek to your knowledge?
I believe so.
Okay. And Judge, I'm going to now talk about some exhibits that defense has agreed to stipulate to 278 through 298.
And is that correct? Yes. It's ordered admitting 278 through 298 into evidence.
And while you're writing, Judge, we also discussed and defense has agreed to stipulate to exhibits 503 through 508.
And that's correct. It's ordered admitting exhibits 503 to...
Did not agree to these. No, that's okay. I do agree with this. I just wanted to add that that's subject to a foundation being laid as to what they are.
Okay, sorry. Could you tell, I'm so sorry, you said 278 through 298, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And then you're not admitting the other ones at this time?
I'll wait until I talk about them if defense
Okay.
wants to object.
All right, thank you.
So did you also, now we're going to kind of jump in time, okay? So we talked about February of 2015 and a few days that you were at Allison's home, right?
Correct.
At that point, did you go about your work and have other crime scenes that you responded to in the years between that and what we'll talk about in 2018?
Yes.
So were you then tasked in April 10th of 2018 with responding to 3724 East Earl Drive?
I did.
what was your job then when you responded to that scene?
I was also directed to take photographs at the direction of detectives.
Do you remember if a crime scene specialist, Metz, was also present in that?
She was.
So you were you tasked with going to this scene because you happened to be on duty that day, or because you had been a part of the investigation years prior, or something else?
I was on duty, but I was also assigned by my supervisor to respond there.
You would have obviously known within Scottsdale PD that you were someone who also had been part of that initial investigation.
Yes,
So in going there, did you take some photographs of the home at that address?
I did.
And the day after that, did you also take some photographs of a vehicle that was, a vehicle on the day after?
I did.
So I'm just going to ask you, we don't have too many photos for each of these, but I'm going to just ask you about what you did since you took the photos. Again, we have your card here,
That's correct.
and this is Exhibit 278. $279. Did you take this photo?
I did.
And what are we looking at?
That's the front of the residence on the search warrant.
And you can kind of see an address, almost a full address here on this pillar in the middle of the picture.
Correct.
Okay. Would it be standard again for you to take some kind of pictures like this, general, what you called overalls?
Yes, an orientation.
Okay. 280. What is this?
And that is the residence, I believe, in the backyard.
Okay. And again, we're at kind of a loss in that I'm asking you about these photos you took, but there may be other people who did additional work or documentation as to what happened inside of this home or did not happen.
That's correct.
Okay. 281. What is this?
That is a doorway into the residence.
Okay. And we're essentially talking about, going back to 280, sort of a detached building in this backyard?
Yes.
Okay. So that's 281. Now we're going to 282, moving into the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Focus is there we go. Is this what is this?
That is also the north arrow to delineate which side of the wall points north.
$283. What is this?
And that is also inside that small outbuilding, a small office area within it.
And if I go back to 282, you can kind of see the corner of the chair here on the right.
That's correct.
And then here you can see that chair on the left side of 283.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to 284. What is that?
That is a piece of mail with the name and address on it to show an occupancy.
And is this the address you were at?
Yes,
Okay. And can you read that name for us?
it's INL Mitcham, 3724 East Earl Drive.
Now, did you also photograph some additional mail? And I'll show you here, 285. Did you photograph some additional mail?
Yes, sir.
Does this have the address? It's hard to see probably, but can you read that address for us, please?
338 East Pierce Street, Tempe.
And the name?
INL Mitcham.
And again, your role at this time is not to say when that address was connected to him necessarily, but that you photographed this mail at this home on April 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Now I'm going to 286. We're going to ask about this real quick. Do you know what this is?
A check register.
Did you find, was this something you photographed inside of that building area on April 10th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go now to 287. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That is the inside of that previous check register.
Okay. And we've got some, again, you may not know what any of this signifies, but you can read. Fair?
Yes.
So does this appear to say 2/3, this top entry?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask about all of these, but I have another picture as it goes through. This one ends about 2:15, 16, and then at the bottom you can kind of see it's 2:20 perhaps.
Yes.
Kind of see some numbers there. Maybe harder to read there, but we have 288. Is this still that, would you call it a check register?
Yes, sir.
Can you see those numbers?
Yes, sir.
Can you see in the middle of this column, what does this say?
Payment fee withdrawal.
What is this column here?
Deposit credit.
Okay. Can you see, again, I won't have you read every single one of these, but can you see that there are payment fee or withdrawal column entries corresponding to the little 2-16 on this side,
Yes.
going into 2-17
Yes.
to include, can you read this word
ATM.
and this one?
ATM. Oh, OSO.
Yeah, my finger is moving slower on the monitor than it is on my
Okay.
in life. But what, this one?
ATM.
And then this one?
OSO.
This one?
Twin Peaks.
Okay, and I already asked you about that one. So then we have those four, and these have corresponding payment fee or withdrawals, correct?
Correct.
I'm not asking you what these numbers mean necessarily. You didn't obviously talk to anyone about this, right? You just took the picture?
Correct.
But you do see, what does this say on 217?
Deposit.
And over here?
1,000.
And then we have this one
SWG.
corresponding to this 2/18
Yes.
or related withdrawal or payment fee.
283.
And then I'm going to just move down a few more of these. This one,
218.
uh,
B of A MTG.
and here,
848.99.
and then I suppose we'll go through just a few more. This one,
218. Deposit.
and I'm at about the fourth column down or fifth, depending on which one you start counting from in this exhibit 288. So over here we have a number as well.
1,500.
Okay, and then it looks like a couple more of these. I mean, I suppose you can read this one
Verizon.
on 218,
Yes.
corresponding number.
224.95.
And then again, 218, what does this say?
Cox.
And the number?
129.58.
Okay. We can all read. I'm not going to have you just read every single one. I'll stop at what is the upper half of this checkbook for now. Is there a column all the way to the right here with no label?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's 288. I'm going to move on now to 289. What is this?
That is a placard for 4/11/18 at 9:31 a.m.
And before I show you just a handful of pictures, did you go somewhere on 4/11/18?
Yes, to
And-
our vehicle bay at our office.
And what is that? What is your role at that point?
To take photographs of a vehicle and items at the direction of detectives.
So again, you're tasked with being sort of the photographer for the processing of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Do you assist in processing the vehicle as well, somewhat?
I do.
Tell me about that.
In addition to photographs and photographing items on the interior, I also used an alternate light source to see if any objects, materials, chemicals had a luminescence to them for the detective to then collect. Also, a coworker and I used the Blue Star forensic spray, which works kind of like a luminol, and we use that on the inside to detect any presence of blood. And then also I did a Castlemeyer presumptive test for blood on an item within the vehicle.
And so I'm going to slow you down a little bit. You said you use an alternative light source.
Yes,
What does that look like?
that is a light that can work on different frequencies, and it removes that color from the material you are looking for to make that pop or luminesce.
And so you looked inside of this car with that alternative light source?
Yes.
And what would be the purpose of that? I think he's mentioned it, but I might have lost it.
To see if any body fluids or any other questionable material would come to light with the chemiluminescence.
And did you see potentially some luminescence when you were looking with the alternative light source?
Yes.
Do you remember where?
There were some floor mats in the vehicle and areas in the trunk, I believe.
Did you or someone with you collect those floor mats?
Detectives collect those.
Okay. You also mentioned you used some, you called it Blue Star, and then you said it's like luminol.
Yes, it's similar to luminol, but it does not need complete darkness.
So tell me, just let's focus a tiny bit on Blue Star. What does that application look like?
It is a spray that, with the phenolphthalein that's in it, it reacts to the hemoglobin and the iron in blood to produce a glowing blue material, which would signify a positive reaction.
And in this case, when you used the Blue Star in this car, did you notice anything?
There was a small area in the center of the back seats.
What happened with that area?
I marked that area, photographed it, and cut it out for collection.
Did you ultimately impound that cutting, or did someone else?
I did.
Is that impounded in your documentation? Are you B1162?
Yes, sir.
And -101, does that sound like the correct markings that you may have given to that cutting when you impounded it?
The item number, yes.
Did you also notice, well, let's just talk about the photos for a second. 290, I'm going to focus on this one. What's this?
That is the back of the vehicle so that we can identify it via license plate.
And we can see here in the background, there's sort of, can you describe the background for us, the edges of the photo?
We are inside a vehicle bay, so it has like a concrete treated floor. It has mops and sinks and tables and hydraulic vehicle lifts, anything we would need to process a vehicle.
What's the license plate on this Mustang?
Arizona, C as in Charlie, A as in Adam, W as in William, 9036.
Okay, that's 290. So now I'm going to 291. This same, what is this?
That is the passenger side of that vehicle.
Is that vehicle bay we see in the background?
That's correct.
And you may have mentioned this. Where is this vehicle bay?
It is attached to my office at 7601 McKellips in Scottsdale.
I'm directing you to 292. What is this?
That is the interior of the trunk of the vehicle.
We're going to just have a few pictures of the trunk, but what's on the right side of this photo generally? Can you see that?
There is a crate filled with various materials, fabrics, and on top there was, I believe it was a hooded sweatshirt.
That's 292, going to 293. What is this?
That is a tool bag from the trunk with its contents displayed.
Okay. 294. What is this?
Some gloves that were also located in the trunk.
295. What is this?
Tape and scrubbing material and a roll of paper towels that were located within the trunk.
And did you ultimately do anything with that paper towel roll?
I did.
What did you do with that? I'm going to just zoom in on the upper left corner for a second. What did you do with the paper towel roll?
I photographed it, and we noticed the stain that you can see in the image, and I then tested that with a Kastle-Meyer reagent, which is presumptive test for blood, to see if it had a positive reaction.
And did it?
It did not.
Now going to 296. Do you recognize, probably can't see that at all. Oh, there we go. Do you recognize some of this?
Yes, that is pawn paperwork from within the vehicle.
Okay. It's a little, well, we'll get to it in a couple later pictures. 297. What is that? Just a close-up of those papers?
Yes, of the pawn shop and the address.
Okay. And 298. Can you?
Objection relevance.
Could you approach, please?
Sure.
And I believe that says 338 East Pierce Street.
Okay. That's 298. Okay, I'm going to move on now. And these have not been admitted by stipulation. So, Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you 503 and 503, 508. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are without telling me exactly what they are they photos that you took during the processing of the car?
Yes.
And are they a clothing item?
Yes.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of that clothing item as best you recall during your processing of the car?
Yes.
Judge, the state would move to admit 503 to 508.
It's ordered admitting 503 through 508 into evidence.
Just 6 more photos for you. I'm going to go back real quick. So I lied, 7. Back real quick to 292 to just. So you had mentioned there was a clothing item in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 292. So now I'm going to go to 503. Does that appear to be that clothing item removed from the trunk?
Yes.
Okay, and just, why do you lay it out like this?
So we can photograph anything that might be on it in all areas.
Okay. So now we're just going to move through different angles. 504.
That is the front of the same sweatshirt.
Okay. 505.
And that is the right front arm and chest area.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to ask you to look at 505. Are you able to see on the actual printed picture some discoloration?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
There are several areas of discoloration. There is a discoloration to the ridge of the right side front pocket, to the lower hem, and also to the lower hem of the right sleeve.
And then I'll grab that from you. So again, 505 in between projecting it and seeing it. Can you still kind of see some of that?
Yes, I can see.
Can you see it a little better in the actual piece of paper?
It's similar.
Similar. And could you see this with the naked eye? I mean, when you were actually processing this, to the best you can recall?
Yes.
So now I'm moving on to 506. Again, just another same sweatshirt.
Yes.
Okay. What sleeve are we looking at?
And that is the left sleeve.
And 507. This is going to be this way. And what are we looking at?
That's the lower hem of the right sleeve and the lower hem of the front of the sweatshirt.
And in this photo, are you able to see more of that discoloration that you described a little closer?
Yes.
507. And now lastly, 508. We'll do this way, just the other sleeve.
That's the left sleeve, correct.
Ms. Palma, when you're processing the Mustang, did you also find a wallet with a driver's license and social security card? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
And if I show you a picture, might that refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm showing the witness exhibit 299. Does that look at all familiar to you?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a photograph of a license and a social security card?
Yes.
Was that the license, to your knowledge, belonging to Ian Mitcham?
Yes.
I'll grab that from you. To your knowledge, have you ever had any personal contact with Ian Mitcham prior to February? Well, I should say at all, ever?
Ever. No.
But especially prior to February 18th, 2015.
No, sir.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
And cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Do you want me to leave these?
Yeah, and I've had exhibits 510 to 515 marked as defense exhibits, and the state is stipulating to the admission. I move to admit them.
Okay. It's ordered admitting exhibits 510 through 515 into evidence.
Are we going to be taking a break sometime this morning, or are we going to go till 12?
We'll go till 12 unless you needed a 5-minute break somewhere.
I may need to take a break to organize some of the information that the state put in this
Okay.
morning that I wasn't expecting.
Did you want to do that right now?
No, I'd rather go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Palmer, do you recall speaking to me and some other people from Mr. Mitcham's team a few years ago?
I do.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to change as far as the comments you made to us during that interview?
No, sir.
Okay. I kind of want to go through some pictures, not as many as you've already looked at, but there's some interesting features that I kind of want to ask you about.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm going to start with photo number 211 or exhibit number 211. And do you recognize that exhibit from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is a placard stating that it's the entry.
Okay. Now, you talked, I believe, about having protective equipment on.
Yes.
Okay. And are the gloves that you have in your left hand, I believe, is that protective equipment that you would use?
Yes.
Okay. What type of gloves are those?
Those are white nitrile gloves.
Okay. Is that the type of glove that you would have, that everyone from the CSS unit, at least with Scottsdale, would have those types of gloves?
The type, yes, possibly not the color, but yes.
What other colors might you have?
A purple.
Okay. I'm going to keep talking about the gloves if you don't mind.
Sure.
At that point in time, what were the rules as far as how you handle removing or putting gloves on your hands as you're looking at a crime scene?
If we touch anything, we change our gloves. That's standard operating procedure.
Okay. So how many gloves do you think you might go through in a day if you're in a house looking at different items of evidence?
Several pairs.
Okay. Now, how would that work if you're taking photographs?
If I wasn't touching anything, I likely wouldn't change them until I needed to.
Okay. So say in this picture, it looks like, at least it's at the beginning, where you go in the entry, would you have changed those gloves anytime during that day?
Possibly.
Okay. Do you recall picking up any items of evidence as you're photographing the house?
No.
Okay. Do you recall touching any part of a dresser or cabinet
No.
when you're in the house on that day?
On that day, no.
Okay. And if you would have taken your gloves off and put on another pair.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there another process that's used sometimes where if you're going through a lot of gloves, you spray the gloves with a bleach solution so you can keep wearing them?
At that time, that was not a process. It is currently a process.
Okay. And how would that work?
That we take a 10% bleach solution and spray down the gloves and make sure they are thoroughly saturated and air dried to kill any material that may be on the gloves.
Okay. So if you sprayed the gloves, and we had pictures of the gloves as you were using them in a crime scene, would they show droplets of the bleach solution on them?
Possibly, but not necessarily.
Okay, so even though they had been dried, some of the droplets would remain of the
It
bleach
could.
solution? Okay. Should there be any liquid droplets?
No.
Okay, so it would be just like the stain of a droplet.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit number 221. And this also is from yesterday. What is the item on the couch?
There are several items on the couch.
Okay, what are they?
There is a remote control, a laptop, and a cord along with pillows and things
Okay.
for the sofa.
And as far as you know, that laptop was sitting on the couch the first time the police entered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here's another photograph of the same laptop. Is that the same laptop?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. It's a little different because there's a placard.
Correct.
Okay. So what does that signify?
That it has been marked as evidence.
Okay. And that would have been the next day that you went back to take pictures then?
I don't know which day that was.
Okay. Do you know if they marked any placards on the first day?
I don't know.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you for being clear. My understanding is that you went through the scene initially before anything had been changed,
Correct.
Right. In the photographs that we have where there's no placards, that would be from that first event.
That's correct.
But on that same day, you went back through the house with other people.
Correct.
Okay. And so in that case, there could be a placard from that day.
There could be. I don't know which day these particular placards were placed.
Okay. So thank you. That clarifies it. So this is another placard from another room in the house?
Yes, sir.
And those will be the same gloves that you had on in the beginning because you didn't touch any furniture in the house?
Correct. It should be, but I don't know that for certain.
Okay. Your normal process would be that you wouldn't have changed gloves?
Unless I had gone outside and left the scene.
Okay. Okay. While we're talking about that, that brings up another question I had. And that is that as you're processing the scene, you and your team, can you go through a box of gloves while you're in the house?
Certainly.
Okay. What do you do to get additional gloves?
We either go outside to get additional gloves, or many times we will stage additional materials just outside of the ingress where we may have donning and doffing area for those materials.
Now, you talked about vans that you have with supplies yesterday outside of a scene.
Yes.
Okay. And would additional supplies be in the vans?
Yes, sir.
And would you go out to the van to get the supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And in a scene where you have a lot of personnel working, would you have one person that was tasked with going out to get additional supplies from that van?
Not necessarily, but it's possible.
Okay. Now, I believe it was on the 18th. Were you working on under the direction of another CSS person?
Yes, I was directed to someone else through that supervisor. Yes.
Okay, so when I say CSS, that's crime scene
Specialist.
specialist. Okay, and you have a lead at the home that's also a crime scene specialist?
Yes, they are now called supervisors.
Okay, thank you. And who was the lead on the first day?
That was Mark Carpenter.
Okay. But then you're also working with a detective,
That's correct.
and that detective, what was the name of that detective?
Hugh Lockerbie.
Okay. Was Detective Heinzelman in the house that day?
At some point, yes.
Okay. Who did you understand was the case agent at that time?
My contact was Lockerbie.
Okay, so you're really focused on who you report to versus the overall person in charge of the crime scene.
That's correct.
Okay, so do you know who was the crime scene, the person in charge of the overall crime scene on that day?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you item number 225, also from the 18th, I believe. What is that a picture of?
It is looking from the dining area toward the living room with the kitchen visible on the left.
Okay. Based on the lighting and the lack of placards, would this be a photograph that was taken on that initial walkthrough before anything was changed?
It appears so.
Okay. So would you agree with me that I'm going to point to, if I can here, that this item here would have been there when police arrived at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And this item would have been there when police arrived at the house?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 123. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is the pillar From the entryway, looking toward the hallway where I had previously noted a kind of red discoloration on the corner of the pillar.
Okay. Now, there's an open closet door in this exhibit. What is that closet?
It is the hallway closet.
Okay. And there appear to be items on each of the shelves in the closet.
Yes, sir.
What are those items?
Purses.
Okay. Now, how many purses are in there?
I don't know.
Are you a purse person?
No.
Okay. So you can't tell me if they're valuable or not,
No.
or whether or not they were collected and they're important.
No.
Okay. Can I have just a moment?
Certainly.
Can I show you exhibit number 86? Can you tell us what this is?
That's a photograph that I was directed to take by laboratory staff.
Okay, so that's you. I want to figure out how to introduce the laboratory staff. So, do you know whether or not laboratory staff would have been at the house on the night of the 18th?
I don't know.
Okay. When you say laboratory staff, what do you mean?
My contact for the scene to take these photographs was Eliza Smaltz.
Sorry, what was that?
Smaltz
Small.
with the laboratory, yes.
Okay, and so, at least as of our discussion now, there are three groups of people in the scene. It sounds like there are people that are from the CSS people, at least you and your supervisor are your lead
Yes.
carpenter, right? Any other CSS people in the scene?
During the duration,
No, I guess when you might have taken this photograph.
that would not have been on the first day, so
Okay.
there would be, yes.
Okay, and why do you know it wasn't on the first day?
Because I was called back on a different day to contact analyst Smaltz to take these photographs.
Okay, and who are the lab personnel? What do they do?
They process all of our physical evidence in our Scottsdale Police Department laboratory.
Okay, so you mentioned yesterday that you collect some evidence yourself.
Correct.
Okay, I think you talked about the buccal swabs that you collected from Alex Stone
Yes.
at the scene yesterday.
Yes.
Okay, now you don't yourself process those buccal swabs, right?
Correct.
Okay, you take them to the laboratory.
I take them to property and evidence.
Okay, what is property and evidence?
They are our storage and chain of custody area where they then will get picked up by the laboratory for processing.
Okay, so do you put them in some kind of storage device?
Not in this instance that you're speaking of.
Okay, what happened with the buccal swabs from Alex Stone?
I took them and provided them directly to a member of the property and evidence staff because they were a rush item.
Okay, did you knock on the door, or how did you get a hold of this staff?
I don't recall.
Okay, did you carry them in your hands?
I did.
Okay. Okay, back to picture number 86 or exhibit number 86. This is a photograph you took because you were directed to take by lab personnel, and it wasn't the first day.
Correct.
Okay. What is the picture of?
It appears to be a footwear transfer on the floor.
Okay. Do you notice anything unique about the pattern?
I can see what the pattern is. I don't know that there's anything specifically unique about it, but it looks like a sneaker pattern.
It's the Star of David pattern, right?
I don't know that I would call it that, but I guess you can say that along the edge.
Okay. And do you know what type of shoe has that type of pattern?
Normally a flat skate type shoe, but I'm not an expert in that.
Okay, so you don't know the manufacturer of that particular type of shoe?
No, there are several.
Okay. There are several manufacturers that have a Star of David pattern on the sole of their shoes?
Possibly.
Okay, all right. want to show you exhibit number 117. And you may remember this picture from yesterday, I think. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Rosemary asked you about this. And I want to point out to you this small item here that's along the track.
Yes.
Do you recognize that as being a part of a sunflower seed?
I don't know what it is.
Are you familiar with sunflower seeds and chewing them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could that be a sunflower seed?
Certainly.
Seed? Okay. I know this doesn't make logical sense, but these are the ones that I picked out to ask you about.
Sure.
I'll be more linear, hopefully later. Okay. Okay. Now, yesterday you talked about taking photographs in the office at the house,
Yes, sir.
and I think we had a placard to that effect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are these pictures of items that you took in the office?
Yes.
Okay. And there's two different items?
Yes.
Okay. And one appears to be a laptop.
Yes.
Okay. I kind of want to go between three different pictures. This item on the left has a placard number 29 on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this photograph has the same placard on it?
Yes.
Okay. And this photograph has the same placard on it.
Yes.
So it appears that as to items 29 and 30, they were actually one laptop, correct? And number 30 looks like a laptop.
Yes.
And then number 29 looks like an iPad.
Yes.
And those were on the floor?
Yes.
This is the same track from the back door that we had talked about. There being this at least small item that I mentioned might be sunflower seed.
Yes,
Sunflower seed, right? Okay. Okay. This is a photograph of the sliding door with the same placard. I don't see the sunflower seed, but is this the same door that we've shown in the previous picture?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know who the person is in the backyard?
I do not.
Okay. Does he have any protective equipment that you can see?
No.
Now, you had talked about yesterday that you had a placard from the northeast master bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the sheets that's on the bed in the master bedroom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would there be reason that you would put the placard on something that wasn't in the bedroom?
Many times we will.
Okay. Okay.
Richard.
Does this help kind of center your thinking as far as whether or not that particular sheet was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so this shows you recognize that there are other items by the bed now that tell you that this was in the master bedroom.
Yes.
Okay, this is exhibit number 513. Okay. Do you recall yesterday that in this nightstand, I'm going to go back, which is number 513, in the lower drawer of the nightstand, there was a black object that looked like a rectangle that you weren't sure what that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does this appear to be the same black object that you saw in the bottom drawer?
Yes.
Okay, and this is placard number 31, so it would have been either later the first night or the next day. Does it look to you like that case contained a Canon camera?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Okay, we should. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. For the record, I need to say what the exhibits were. There are 3 photographs that I missed. Okay. I think the first one, I guess, was 515 we just talked about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the photograph of the case in the camera. It was
Yes.
in the bottom drawer of the nightstand.
Yes, sir.
And the placard that was on the sheet was exhibit number 138. And that's the placard that's on the blue sheet that later you said was the sheet from the bed in the
Yes,
master
sir.
bedroom. Okay. And item number 512 is the person on the back porch that doesn't have PPE on.
Correct.
Okay, this is exhibit number 227. And this is another view of the same kitchen scene that we had looked at earlier. And I just want to point out to you that white sack,
Yes,
or
sir.
white bag that looks like a bag beside the cabinet.
Yes.
And does not appear that there are any placards.
Correct.
And that would suggest that this is an undisturbed scene.
I don't know when that was taken.
Okay. If it was taken at the same time as the other picture that had a different angle and had the lipstick container, would it have been a picture of an undisturbed scene?
Likely.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I need a couple of minutes.
Okay,
Make
no
it
problem.
finish up. Okay.
Sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll call you back in shortly.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Roseberry showing you a couple of pages of a check register?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether or not those pages were complete?
I don't.
Just have to figure out how to back it up.
And for the record, the exhibit number is?
287.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're looking at check register number 287. And can you read the entry that is here on 214?
214 deposit payroll.
And how much was that deposit?
$2,061.95.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you exhibit number 288. And also point your attention to this entry here. And what is this?
228 payroll.
Okay. And what's the amount?
$2,061.95.
It looks like Mr. Mitcham is getting paid every 2 weeks about $2,000, correct?
Appears so.
Okay. This is exhibit 175. And there's no placard on the nightstand. Does it look like this would have been taken before there was anything disturbed the scene?
No, sir.
Okay, explain.
It has the sticker markings, which are essentially placards, which are placed on them to make note of evidentiary items.
Thank you. Okay. And a couple of items. Do you recognize what this bottle is?
A pill bottle.
Okay, like a prescription bottle?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell what pharmacy it's from?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, yesterday, Mr. Roseberry talked to you a lot about this chest. You recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe he suggested to you that the fact that there were so many placards on the chest meant that someone thought it had high evidentiary value. Will you agree with that?
Some type of evidentiary value. Yes.
Okay. And the fact that there are placards on each drawer is important because whoever suggested you take this photograph wanted to point out that each drawer should be looked at individually.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually took pictures of each drawer individually.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, that was 162.
I'm going to do better.
That's okay.
I probably won't do better, but I'm going to try. Okay. This is number 173. Does this appear to be a picture of one of the drawers in the dresser?
From that photo, I can't tell which it is, if it is a picture of the dresser or the nightstand. I don't know in particular.
Okay. Will you agree with me that this is a picture of a drawer in the master bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with item K? Do you have any personal knowledge about what DNA showed up on item K?
I do not.
At any time that you're on the scene, would you have touched item K?
No.
Were you part of the group of people that removed furniture on the 21st of November?
No, sir.
And that was exhibit 173.
Yes. Has anyone from the crime lab talked to you about contamination as on the knob on K?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any contamination at the scene?
No, sir.
So you don't have any personal knowledge of that?
No, sir.
Do you have any personal knowledge of the people that might have been associated with the knobs in that bedroom?
No, sir.
Was Lockerbie with you during part of the time you were in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you notice that he touched any drawer?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if he had PPE on?
He did.
Okay. And you definitely had PPE on.
I did.
Has anyone talked to you about a lab report about the knobs in that bedroom?
No, sir.
You aware of anything about the lab report?
No, sir.
Okay. I believe we're just about done. You talked about the Mustang and that you had seen some items in the Mustang fluoresce.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you talked about some fluorescence in the trunk
Yes.
and on the seats.
Yes, sir.
Did you do any type of testing to determine whether that was blood?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever did?
I do not know.
Okay. So you don't know of any testing that came back saying what fluoresced was blood.
No, sir.
And you'll agree with me that other things fluoresce other than blood.
Blood actually does not fluoresce with the alternate light source, if that's what you're speaking of.
Okay. All right. No, explain that. I didn't see that issue when you were asked the question before.
Blood actually looks darker using the alternate light source. It is not something that fluoresces. It does not have the materials which chemiluminescence creates a glow. That doesn't happen with blood.
So when you talked about seeing the fluorescence in the car, you weren't suggesting that that was blood in the car.
No, sir.
Okay. When we talked during our interview, we talked about other things that might fluoresce. Do you know whether or not bleach itself is fluorescent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be with if you're using spraying Blue Star?
That as well could be a false positive, yes.
Okay. In our interview, you talked about some information that you had received, but you weren't clear on as to whether or not Blue Star would affect DNA. Have you found out any further evidence, any further information on that?
Looking at the packaging, it does say that it is not known to disturb the DNA in a sample.
Okay, thank you. I kind of want to take a different tone just for a second. During your interview, you talked about the overall feeling that was in the house that first night that you went there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you describe that to us?
It was overwhelming. It was the smell, the general attitude of everyone is very somber, very traumatic event. Everyone was very pointed, had a job to do, and it was very serious.
And this is one of the most complicated scenes that you've had in your 20 years, right?
One of.
Okay. Sometimes people talk about gallows humor in circumstances like that.
Yes.
Okay. Was there any gallows humor that night?
Not at all.
Did that continue with the scene?
Yes.
Do you have any protective measures that you use when you're dealing with those type of issues and you're having to focus on your work?
Such as?
I don't know. Some people do breathing exercises. Some people try to focus on their work and put out of their mind what they're actually dealing with.
While we're on a scene, we can speak to each other. We have a crisis person that's available. We can take a moment, take a break, get something to eat, whatever we need to do. But we are very focused on our work at that time and deal with everything personally afterward.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Roseberry, did you want to start on redirect? We've got a couple more minutes. It's up to you, or we could break for lunch. Okay.
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Can break for lunch if that's all right.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember that admonition, and we will see you back here at 1:30.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Welcome back from lunch. And we continue to have on the stand Ms. Palma. And we will have a redirect by the state at this time. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I just have a handful of questions to follow up with you. I wanted to make sure the timing of this was correct. So when you first go there on the 18th in the evening, kind of the tail end of your shift, is that right?
Yes.
The photos that you take on the 18th, what we've discussed, are those the overall photos?
Yes.
At that point that you're there, are there any placards other than the little north thing that we've talked about?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, whether or not anybody else continued at the house on the night of the 18th after you left that evening is beyond your knowledge.
Correct.
Okay. Then you return on the 19th around 9 a.m.
Yes.
And at that point, we've seen a bunch of your photos with a bunch of placards in it at that point?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that on the 18th, when you went to the police station where Alex had his buccal or buccal swab taken from him and or was obtained from him, you took it straight to property and evidence?
Correct.
And you used the phrase that you carried it over. Help us understand, what does the process look like to take that buccal swab from the collection point to property and evidence?
When I received it from Detective Lugai, it was already packaged, it was already sealed, so I had no contact with the evidence itself. I took the envelope, drove it in my secure vehicle directly to property and evidence, where I handed it over physically to a property and evidence supervisor at that time.
And in your experience as a crime scene specialist in the crime scene unit, are there other ways where swabs or pieces of evidence might make their way to property and evidence that don't entail this sort of direct hand delivery that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, and we may hear about those later, but in this case, you didn't do anything like that with any other samples.
Correct.
You were asked about the dresser in Allison's bedroom. Do you recall taking photos that included that dresser in your overalls on February 18th?
Yes.
And again, taking photos of that dresser once there had been the stickers placed on it on February 19th?
Correct.
And at that point, you are taking those photographs. Did you also take individual photos of each drawer
Yes, sir.
on the 19th?
Yes.
And is that sort of you're in a bedroom now, right?
Yes.
What does your camera look like? What are we talking about?
It's a large DSLR camera with a extended lens on it. So it's not your average point and shoot. It's a professional, larger camera.
It's not like an iPhone.
Correct.
It's not like the little photo that we saw with Placard 31, that little silver thing.
Correct.
When you say a DSLR, can you give me like an approximation of how large that thing is?
Oh, goodness. It's probably maybe 8 to 10 inches in width and probably sticks out a good 6 to 8 inches as well.
And so you're in the bedroom, you've been asked to take photographs, and now you're having to take them between the bed and the dresser?
Correct.
And you kind of have to get, to some degree, up close and personal with that dresser.
If you could rephrase, please.
Do you have to get up close and personal with the dresser to take photos of each individual drawer?
Overruled. She can answer.
Yes.
You were asked if you ever intentionally or with your knowledge touched those dresser drawers. Do you remember that question?
I do.
Did you have any role in opening those drawers?
No, sir.
So when you're in there first on the 18th, we talked about you're in a Tyvek suit,
Correct.
and we talked about what that looks like already. You said it's not very breathable.
It's a non-breathable
And
material.
what does that mean?
That it's solid, it's non-porous, so your body heat, nothing's getting in, nothing's getting out, so you're getting no air. It's very hot in that suit,
Are you sweating?
profusely.
And how long about, we talked about this before, but if you know from your memory, about how long were you there on the 18th?
I'm not certain, but I think it was upwards of 4 hours or more.
So you get there kind of into the evening. Initially, you go, we saw your photos of Alex when it's still light out.
Yes.
And then you kind of stay into the sun's gone down and you're still taking overalls of the house.
Correct.
Well into it's dark out now.
Correct.
And you come back on the 19th at about 9 a.m.
Yes.
Do you stay for a full shift roughly on the 19th?
Yes.
Or even later? I think we saw some placards even after 7 p.m.
Yes.
And so during your time at the house on the 19th, I think your testimony previously was you may have been wearing a Tyvek, you're not 100% sure.
Correct.
And so again, would that have been the same sweaty suit?
Not the same, but the same
Right.
type.
Fair
Yes.
enough. But you're in there now working again. So you not only did you take photos of this dresser on the 18th, we heard you took photos of it on the 19th. Is it, again, I'm not going to ask you about any sort of DNA results. That might be a better question for another witness, okay?
Yes.
But knowing that you were present in the house, for, we'll call it 2 days, but multiple hours on those 2 days at least, just focusing on the 18th and 19th. You were there,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
would it be possible that you brushed up against that drawer inadvertently,
Yes.
or that you wiped your brow at some point and brushed by it when you were trying to maneuver in that bedroom somehow?
Yes.
And again, you were asked if you intentionally touched any drawers, and you said no, right?
Correct.
But that's not to say that your presence in the home, you might not have touched the drawer without your memory or knowledge of it.
Sustained. Could you rephrase?
Sure. Would you have in that home, just going back to the questions that defense asked you didn't intentionally touch any drawers.
Correct.
So it's hard to ask about something that you don't know, right?
Correct.
But were you present in the home for most of that time on the 19th? You arrive at 9 a.m.
Yes.
Is most of your work done in and around Allison's home?
Yes.
The whole day?
Yes.
And so if you had made contact with something without your knowledge, there's really not much more you could tell us about that, right?
Correct.
Were you taking precautions to the extent that you could to not touch anything?
Yes.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if anyone had a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused. I'm sorry, we've got one. Thank you. And you may approach.
Policy came into play in, I believe, 2016 was a time when it was regular practice. So prior to that, that was not a regular thing that we did, but we did have the glove changing policy, which we still retain as well.
Any follow-up by the state? Any follow-up by the defense?
I guess the only question is, has that changed again since 2016?
No, it's still a practice that we do today.
Any redirect? And the next question is, was there bleach water at the scene from the investigation team being used while processing the scene in 2015?
I don't know that, as I didn't process anything. I just merely photographed.
Any follow-up by the state? Any follow-up by the defense? And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the state may call their next witness. Good afternoon, sir. And we'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Can you state as Hugh Lockerby, H-U-G-H L-O-C-K-E-R-B-Y.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. You may. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and I will turn it over to you, Mr. Roseberry, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Hugh Lockerbie, and I'm a lieutenant with Scottsdale Police Department.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
I've been a lieutenant with Scottsdale Police now for over 6 years. I've been with the police department for over 27 years.
With Scottsdale?
Yes.
Can you tell me, we've heard from patrol officers already, but I'm curious, how does one become a lieutenant?
Well, throughout my career, I started obviously through the basic police academy, field training program after graduation. I spent 6 years in the patrol division of the Scottsdale Police. In 2004, I went to the violent crimes unit where I was a detective there, and I spent the next 11 years there handling investigating death investigations, officer-involved shootings, homicide investigations, kidnappings, aggravated assaults. In 2015, in April of 2015, I promoted to the rank of sergeant, and I was assigned back to patrol, where I spent the next 16 months there. In July of 2016, I transferred back to the violent crimes unit as the unit supervisor, so I was a first-line supervisor for the violent crimes unit. In August of 2019, I promoted to the rank of lieutenant, where I was assigned back to patrol. And I have done some various opportunities there with patrol, and I was also a special investigations lieutenant overseeing our special investigations, which include undercover drugs, DEA task force, criminal intelligence unit. And I'm now currently a lieutenant in patrol.
And so as a lieutenant in patrol, do you oversee the sergeants?
Yes, I oversee a squad of sergeants along with our officers, and I'm basically the operational person in charge of the city during my time that I'm working.
And so we kind of got a lot of information there. I want to ask you just a few pointed questions. When you go from patrol after your first 6 years, so my math might be bad, but we'll call that around 2000. Oh, you said 2004. You become a VCU detective?
Yes.
What is that transition from being a patrol officer to a detective, both in the any training, but also the type of role that you have?
Yes. So when I went to detectives, I obviously tested, took a written exam, oral board, was selected. I went through numerous different trainings as a detective. I went through basic homicide investigation course, basic and advanced blood spatter investigation, basic and advanced criminal analysis, investigative analysis, excited delirium, metallurgical pathology of cause, manner of death investigations, cold case investigations, updated legal information, along with basic and advanced interview and interrogation courses. Quite a bit of different other type of investigative priorities that detectives have.
And what kind of duties do you have as a detective that you might not have as a patrol officer?
Well, the detectives are assigned cases to review whether they were solved or unsolved. Those duties include reviewing the reports, reviewing the supplements, reviewing the evidence, seeing if there's identifying people that need to be interviewed to follow up on. Along with that is determining if someone had committed a said crime. We would go ahead and move forward with collecting our evidence and then eventually submitting charges on that person.
And so we heard about patrol, for instance, clearing a house in this case. As the lieutenant over all that patrol division of Scottsdale Police Department, are you familiar with how patrol would clear a house?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to kind of rehash it all, but I wanted to ask you a few questions about that from your knowledge. Is that a relatively quick process?
The clearing of a home is a relatively quick process. The officers have a goal in mind when they enter a home, is obviously to find anyone that may be injured or may need help, and provide medical care or provide safety for that person. So it is a quick movement through the home to find anyone that may be injured or hurt, or also deal with any person that may be in the home that should not be, and remove them from the home to further investigate their reasons for being in the home.
And so just kind of by the nature of the purpose of the clearing, it happens fairly quickly?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the roles of the detective, including kind of reviewing cases, interviews, follow-up. Do detectives use their judgment, and do they go to the scene typically?
Yes. Yep.
Do they often make lab requests or prioritize things to be submitted for the lab work?
Yes, the detectives, we will review the evidence and determine if there's forensic value that maybe needed to be sent to the crime lab for forensic analysis and laboratory work.
So, for instance, we heard from a crime scene specialist who went and took a bunch of pictures. Would it be a detective's role to say, perhaps, this item or that item might be something of note, please take a picture of it? Yes.
So when we're at the crime scene or at the place that we're investigating, our detectives will help facilitate pointing out items that need to be photographed or areas that need to be photographed.
And I'm going to move into a little bit more pointed now in this case specifically. Back on February 18th, 2015, what was your job at Scottsdale PD at that point?
In February of 2015, I was a violent crimes detective.
And how did you come to respond to 8526 East Monterey?
So on that day, on Wednesday, the 18th of February, I overheard over the police radio that I had on my desk a call for service down on Monterey Way, where officers were responding to a female that was found unresponsive. There was blood and an odor of a bleach-like substance. So at that time, I responded from my desk, from my office. I notified my supervisor of that call for service and that I was heading that way.
And so, just so I understand, you're at your desk, but you're kind of monitoring police radio?
Yes. Yep.
And would that have been around 4:02 p.m. on the 18th?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, around 4:02 p.m.
Okay. And obviously, if these specific times or addresses or anything, we do have a copy of your report. If you do want to refer to it at any point, please just let me know. So when you notify your supervisor, you respond out to the house?
Yes.
And tell me about that. You arrive, and what do you see? What happens?
So as I get on scene, I noticed that the fire department was there where they were treating a male subject. There was numerous officers outside of the home. There was a lieutenant from our properties division that was on scene. I briefly got some information that there was a female found nude inside the home. She was deceased. I walked up to the front door where I could look into the house from.
I'm going to overrule that objection. He can continue with his answer.
Thank you. So as I'm standing at the front door, I could look into the home, and I could see there was a brown tile floor, and I could see a blood pattern going across the hallway or across the room into a hallway, which I couldn't see. And I could really detect a strong odor of like a chlorine type odor emanating from the home. So I then walked back down to the street, which is probably about 25 yards away from the front door. And there I met with other detectives and spoke with the patrol sergeant who was on scene to kind of get an understanding as to what they responded to, what they saw. And I started briefing other detectives as they arrived on scene.
You mentioned that a strong smell even from outside of the home. Could you smell that as you continued back from the door?
Yes, when I was standing at the street, I could still smell that chlorine type odor in the air.
And is the front door open to your memory at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So initially, you're here at the house. You've told us how you've looked in that front door. Do you go in at that point?
Not at this time, no.
Do you, without telling us what he said, do you learn that the male on scene, Alex, some information has been provided by him to a different officer?
Yes.
Because you mentioned, I think, briefing. Did you use that word?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So typically when we respond to a scene like this one, and there's a large contingency of officers, we will get briefed by the responding officers. And briefing basically means is what the call for service was like, what they saw, what they did, where they went, who went into the home at that time, who any of the individuals that they contacted or were out with, who they were, if they identified themselves, and kind of what their role was, as best as the officers knew. So just so we have a little bit of understanding as to what we're dealing with.
Did you come to learn early on that there may be some cameras on the home just to the south of Allison's home?
Yes. So the house directly to the south, and I can't remember the exact numbers on Monterey, but it's the house directly to the south, had a camera that appeared to be focused, positioned towards the front driveway or the driveway to Allison's home.
Did you wait to enter the home? Well, strike that. Did you have other people enter the home first?
Yes. So after our briefing, my supervisor at the time started divvying out assignments, and one of the assignments was to Detective Heinzelman and a crime scene specialist, Palma, to just be the first two into the home to start doing overall photographs and taking a look inside the home.
Would that have been kind of standard in your experience to have just a few people go through for the overalls?
Yes, initially, yes. Yeah.
Well, why?
We really want to limit the number of people into the home initially, so we have an understanding as to what evidence may be needed to be collected right away, so it's not contaminated or it's not taken away from the scene. I also want to limit introducing anything foreign into the scene from us.
We kind of skipped one step, but in order to go into this home, did you deem it appropriate to obtain a search warrant? And did the process of entering the home start about 19:38 or 7:38 p.m.?
Yes. So my initial assignment to from my supervisor was authoring a search warrant. So I authored that search warrant. It was reviewed by a judge. It was signed, and at 19:38 on Wednesday the 18th, we entered that home.
So we talked about Heinzelman and Palma going in. They do their walkthrough photos. At some point on the 18th, do you also enter the home?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
So Detective Heinzelman and I entered the home. We put on rubber gloves. We donned booties or protective gear around our feet and entered the home. And at that time, we started identifying what the home looked like and kind of what areas of evidentiary value were most significant to us.
For your purposes now, just initially we're talking about, are you guys utilizing, what door are you utilizing to get in and out?
The front door.
Are you taking care initially to kind of stay in certain areas of the home or something else?
Yes, we mainly stood or stayed in the dining room area of the home.
You mentioned booties and gloves. Are these items that you keep in your car with you? Where do they come from?
Yes. So when I was a detective, I kept a set of rubber gloves, a box of them, along with numerous booties that I would use and discard after I was done using them for that incident or that place.
And so now you're in the house, kind of to orient you. You're with Detective Heinzelman. You mentioned kind of limiting people that come in and out. At this point, are there a few other people, at least, that are in and around the home kind of for this beginning of the investigation?
Yes.
Was the Detective McWilliams present?
Yes.
Was that related to this case?
So Detective McWilliams was initially signed as the lead detective for this investigation, and he had another duty that he was handling before he entered the home.
And what was he initially making contact or overseeing involvement with Alex?
Yes, he was assigned to interview Alex, Allison's boyfriend at the time.
Was Sergeant Davidson around?
Yes, he was.
Who is that?
He was the violent crime supervisor at the time, so Sergeant Davidson eventually was with me to get kind of an understanding as to what the inside of the crime scene looked like.
What about crime scene specialists, one of whom we may have heard from, but were there crime scene specialists on scene?
Yes, there were.
Now, some names we haven't heard yet. Are you familiar with Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer?
Yes, Ms. Kano at the time was our crime lab manager. So she oversaw the crime lab, and then our forensic science, Vicki Beamer, was one of our DNA lab technicians or lab chemists that processed evidence for DNA.
And so we have heard about the crime scene unit. What's the difference between the crime scene unit and the work or the role that Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer had?
Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer, their role is a little bit different than the crime scene unit. Their role is more confined to the crime lab. So they are in a very sterile environment where they process evidence, processing being swabbing things and using their machines and their technology and their experience and their training to identify DNA and providing reports on that.
So they work typically more frequently in a lab doing DNA processing.
Correct.
And in this case, Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer come to the scene, and do they help process the scene?
Yes.
Do you direct crime scene personnel to take photos while you're there?
Yes. Yep.
Are you involved in directing them to do the FARO scanning?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty innocuous. I mean we tell them that it's part of our procedures to use a FARO scanner to FARO or scan an entire crime scene. So as one of those items is checked to do that we need to do.
And this is kind of, again, this is standard operating procedure, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. What was the general focus on Wednesday the 18th? So we mentioned the search warrant 738, but going in, how long are you there roughly on the 18th?
On the 18th, on Wednesday the 18th, we were there till roughly around 2:30 in the morning. Our main focus at that time was processing. We had identified about 26 different areas that needed to be swabbed and taken to the crime lab for immediate testing that we felt that held the most significant forensic value. That was our main focus, and then secondary to that, or almost primary to that, is the medical examiner and the removal of the victim, in this case, Allison Feldman, collecting her and getting her down to the medical examiner for an autopsy at a later time.
So I'm going to jump around in my notes a little bit. Were you part of, when the medical examiner arrived, was it that night on the 18th?
Yes, yeah.
Were you present, or did you assist the medical examiner investigator in getting the body removed from the home?
Yes, I was.
Tell me a little bit about what you noticed about the victim's body.
So the victim was lying on her back, supine on her back in the hallway of the home. She had significant blood coming from her head, pooling around her head that had been dried. There was numerous bruises on her, along with small little almost burn-like conditions on her skin, consistent of like bleach or a chlorine, a caustic agent being poured on her. There were abrasions. There was a very clear ligature mark around her neck. There was which we come to find out later, was a black dress that was draped over her head so you could not see her face. There was quite a bit of this almost yellow-like or some sort of mixed in with the blood substance that was completely around her body. There was blood stains next to her along the wall. Some of the blood was very diluted. She was, like I said, she was naked. For the most part, once we had the towel removed, she did have a contusion to her head. That was kind of the bloodletting source for all the blood. That's basically, there may be some other areas that I might miss, but eventually when we turn her, or to get the back side of her now, the indentations from the liquid had replicated into her back, so they were almost imprinted in her back. We eventually had to put her into a body bag, or a concealed bag that the medical examiner brings to remove individuals from.
And do you remember the medical examiner investigator's name as you sit here today?
I do.
What is it?
It's David Love, Love.
And just so we understand, is that a different person than the doctor who does the autopsy?
Yes, so the medical examiner here in Maricopa County will send investigators out to crime scenes at the request of law enforcement to help work with law enforcement to remove bodies, identify the police's investigation, and ultimately determine the cause and manner of the individual's death.
Is that the standard procedure for the medical examiner, to send somebody to physically take custody of a body?
Yes.
And you mentioned, I think you said towel at one point when the towel was removed. Were you referring to the clothing over her face?
Yeah, initially we were told from our initial briefing that was a towel, but once we started processing Allison and we removed that item, it ended up being a black dress.
And was there anything about, so I want to focus in on the liquid part of this. You noted some obvious sort of caustic marks. Was there anything about the liquid other than the marks on her body? Was there a lot of liquid, a little liquid, something else?
There was a lot of liquid. It had soaked around her body and had mixed in with the blood that had came from her head, and it was yellow. It was almost like a crystallized substance that had been sitting there for some time now and drying in the air.
And was there anything about the liquid or your removal of the body? Was there any difficulty in removing the body due to the nature of that?
Not difficult. I mean, we were very cautious of our putting her into the body bag. So we had to be very careful because we were in kind of a confined space with it being a hallway, and we didn't want to move the body anywhere else other than picking it up and then placing it in the body bag.
Now I'm going to move around a little bit, back to the 18th. So you mentioned that kind of initially your focus, medical examiner arrives, and we talked about the 26 stains. Who decides which of those 26 things are priority that first night?
I would say between myself, Detective Heinzelman, and the two crime lab individuals, Miss Kano and Miss Beamer, based on our collective experience and based on what we knew and what we saw, we probably collectively said these are the most important, and we would identify these 26 stains based on our collective experience. I don't think there was one person that was taking the overall lead and identifying each and every one. It was more of a collective group effort on that part.
Do you remember if there were any crime scene personnel asked to take photos or document the scene at that point? Do you remember their names, I should say?
Yes. And just to be fair, there was a couple, there was a lot of different crime scene specialists that we call it CSS, crime scene specialists, that we had tasked throughout that entire investigation while we were there, because we were there for 4 days. So initially, I believe Kat Palma, Miss Palma, was our main crime scene specialist that was doing the majority of photography. So before we would even swab, collect, or do anything, we wanted to make sure, one, it was photographed in its original position. And then if it was an item of forensic value, we would put a mark it with either a letter or a number, depending on the type of evidence. And then also a ruler to give some dimension to the size of that piece of evidence.
And during that evening on the 18th, you mentioned you guys left, you said around 2 or 2:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was a time frame where either a Miss McKenna or Miss Alexic took over for Miss Palma into the early evening hours? If you remember.
Not off the top of my head. I don't remember at what point Miss McKenna, who's another crime scene specialist, and Miss Alexic entered the home and what their roles are, just off the top of my head sitting here right now.
That's okay, but it would have been standard to have a crime scene specialist assist with those photography and documentation.
And if memory serves me correctly, Miss Alexic was assisting with photographing items that we found to be to collect or to take a photo of.
And we'll have another person testify to a bunch of the markers, but do you recall that first night, still focusing on the 18th into the early morning hours? What sort of photo markers are you guys using that first night, or were you placing and photographing?
Excuse me. Yes, that night we were, the photo markers, and we'll call it like a PM for photo marker, those PM numbers were actually letters that we identified. So we used PM letters at that time.
So like a B, C?
Yeah, okay. And then if it runs to Z, then we would start with double A's or AB, ABC, or AC, so we could kind of have a continual.
Okay, understood. So that first night that you're there, staying there for a minute, understanding your focus that night, do you notice anything? We've seen a lot of pictures of the house, so I'm not going to show you all those right now. But do you notice anything about, at that night, or you tell me if it was the next night, about glass?
Yes. So the first night that we were there on Wednesday, when I first entered the scene, there was the blood stain that I kind of identified initially when I was standing at the front door. Now that I've entered in and I've gotten closer to that blood stain, I could tell that it was a transfer pattern. It was something that had blood on it, and it was going across the floor. What was interesting to me was also that in her living room, or upon entering the front door, there was a living room which was kind of sunken down, roughly about 6 to 8 inches. There was quite a bit of blood there that had pooled up, and the couch was pushed away, and it was not in its, I would say, a natural position. And there was quite a bit of, there wasn't a lot, but there was these small glass brown shards, which we attributed to be coming from a beer bottle.
Did you see those in multiple places within the home?
Yes, we saw them in the dining room, in the hallway, in the living room, in that sunken area where all that blood had kind of pooled up at. There was a small glass shard when you walk through the home. When I say you walk through the dining room, You walk by the kitchen and you open up the glass door. There was a glass shard on the patio just outside of that sliding glass door. There was other smaller pieces along, just outside next to the kitchen in the dining room, living room area.
And at this point in the overnight hours on the 18th, at some point do you make your way into the backyard?
Yes.
Do you remember how you got back there offhand?
More than likely, I would have went through the sliding glass door to enter the backyard.
And strike that. If you had done that, would you have taken extra precautions not to touch the handle of that door?
Sustained, if you could rephrase.
Would you have taken any precautions in handling the sliding door?
Yes, I would have. I would have not used the handle. I would have used something else where it was been less likely than anyone to have touched.
Were you aware of the route that patrol took through the house? Did they tell you?
I probably was, but I don't exactly remember or recall what exact information they provided as to what they did or where they went. I knew when we got briefed by them as they entered the home, they cleared the home to make sure that there was no other additional victims, provide any need to any medical attention to anyone on scene, and they cleared the home, which in my mind, in my eyes, is they went through every room to make sure no one was hiding and no one was in the residence.
And I kind of asked you a bad question, but the 18th, we kind of move into the morning of the 19th. Do you go back on the 19th?
Yes, we came back. Now, this is Thursday the 19th, and we came back at 8 a.m. So from the 18th into the 19th, when we left at 2 in the morning, which would technically be the 19th, but 2 in the morning on the 18th, or that morning after the day that we had been there on Wednesday, we had put an officer in the alleyway and then an officer out front and ensured that no one entered the home while we were gone. So we did this. We returned back on Thursday the 19th now at 8 a.m. to now begin our collection and more thorough investigation of the home.
And you said that you had an officer stay at the home overnight?
Yes.
Would that be standard procedure?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Well, we don't want anyone that to come into the home to disrupt the home, take any evidence away, contaminate it. The house is still under investigation.
And would that have been something that you ensured happened for each of those timeframes where you left and secured the house for the next day?
Yes, so we did that Wednesday night, Thursday morning, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, and we finished in the late evening on Saturday, the 21st, I believe. 21st. That would have been at February 21st would have been a Saturday. So we finished roughly around 7:30, I believe.
And before we go into what you did on the 19th, recognizing the steps you took to secure the home, on the 18th, did you notice anything about the couch, specifically the computer or cables?
Yes. So, like I had said on the 18th when we were there initially, the position of the couch was not your standard position that it would be in a normal home. It was definitely ajar. It appeared to have been pushed into a direction. Some sort of something happened there that would cause this movement of the couch. It was kind of pushed up more closely at an angle and closely to the coffee table. I noticed that there was a laptop that was on, I believe, the couch, and then kind of fast forwarding just a little bit, just to give some context. The next day on Thursday, when we kind of really started to really process everything in the home, we noticed that the cord to that laptop was missing, is not there.
And a couple more questions on that initial vein. When you're in the house early on, do you notice an alarm system iPad situation?
Yes. So when we were there, Detective Heinzelman and I noticed that in the master bedroom, in Allison's bedroom, there was a Cox security system that had a display, 6-8 inches display that had registered kind of the opening and closings of the doors throughout the home. So we took notice of that because of the kind of a collective effort as to knowing that when movement occurred in the home and when she was not being heard from. One of the things that we learned about was that Allison's father had sent a text roughly around 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. that night that was never received or was never, there was no response, which was unlike Allison.
And so you, at this point, on the 18th, you're able to see information about the alarm system on that tablet?
Yes.
Does it provide you kind of specific doors and their opening and closing times?
Yes. So the way the monitor looked, it had labeled. So it would say back door open, and it would give you a timestamp. It would say front door open, a timestamp. Front door closed. So it would correlate the closing of the door, but it did it in chronological order. So at times there were a back door and a front door might be open, and then the slider might be open or might be closed, but it was all logged chronologically as to when a door opened and when a door closed.
And now this still in your sort of initial impressions, are you able to notice, or does anything stand out to you of any sort of like spray over on knobs, handles, things like that?
Yes. So as I'm there in the crime scene, assisting and directing collection of evidence, one of the things that stood out to me right away was there was this white-like substance on all of the knobs in her bedroom. And then I continued to see this spray pattern in the kitchen, on the in the bedroom next to her bedroom, the spare bathroom. There was a spray pattern, and then it continued also in this white-like substance in the laundry room, where it was I could tell that this as someone would spray it hit this surface and it just stayed there. So it was very apparent to the naked eye that we could see this. And then we also saw this on Allison's doors on her car that was in the garage.
And continuing, Lieutenant, with your observations, now moving into sort of beyond the night of the 18th, you go back the 19th. How long do you stay there on the 19th?
So the 19th would be Thursday. It was, I believe, in the early morning hours, 1 or 2 in the morning, I believe. I'd have to look at my report real quick, but I think it's roughly around that time.
Around 1 a.m., you said?
Yeah, about 1 a.m.
Okay. And again, you're there for multiple days, and can you remind us, as a detective, you said there was a initial lead detective, McWilliams?
Yes.
So what's the difference between McWilliams and you at this point in your roles?
Yes. So Detective McWilliams, as a lead detective, you're ultimately responsible for the entire case and kind of the direction that it goes, along with the supervisor. You're in charge of submitting lab reports, reviewing all the reports, doing any type of follow-up. You're pretty much in charge. It's your investigation to kind of dictate and run as to the best way you see fit.
And so As you're using your training and experience in moving through the house, do you notice anything in the kitchen area? And specifically, I would ask you, did you use sort of your flashlight or notice anything on the floor of the kitchen that you wanted to take note of?
Yes, so one of the things that we were concerned about was potentially footwear impressions because of the mechanism, the blood, the chlorine or the caustic agent that we had seen poured throughout the home. We wanted to see if there's any areas that might have been missed. So I used my flashlight, and to kind of look at the glaze across the tile floor, you could see what appeared to be like a foot impression almost, or a shoe impression.
So that was something you kind of shined a flashlight to be able to see?
Yes.
And would that have been, again, something you directed someone else to process or collect or do what they needed to do?
Yes, they have the crime scene specialists have the equipment, the chemicals, or the process, the knowledge, the experience to collect evidence in those type of veins.
We've heard already and seen photographs of some of the receipts in the kitchen. Did you have occasion to look inside of Allison's purse?
Yes. So when I looked through her purse, I found a Walmart receipt, which was dated the 17th, would have been Tuesday the 17th, and it showed her purchasing items at Walmart right down the street from where she lived off of Pima Road in Chaparral. I found a Kohl's receipt and then a bike receipt of some sort, along with some other items inside of her purse.
And that was all in the kitchen area?
Yes, that was her purse was actually on top of the kitchen counter.
Did you ever find her like what would be characterized as a wallet?
No.
Did you ever find her a phone that ended up belonging to her?
No, we never found her cell phone. We found her cell phone box. We believed it would belong to the phone, but we never found the actual phone itself.
Could the Kohl's and the bike receipt have been in drawers in the kitchen? Do you remember?
They might have been. I'd have to, like I said, might have to refresh my recollection on that piece.
Okay. Then I can show you pictures too if we get there today. Did you find any documents in that kitchen area or those drawers related to potential home repairs that Allison may have had done?
Yes.
Did you even direct someone to obtain the traps from underneath the sinks in the home?
Yes. So the underneath your sink is what's called the P trap. It's that's how water leaves your sink. There was one in the kitchen, which I directed our crime scene specialist to collect, photograph and collect, and then along with that spare bathroom that was right next to Allison's bedroom, also had them collect that P trap.
And is that again something that may be standard, just in case?
Well, it was more than just in case, due to the fact that we had this spray pattern at the sinks and in the bathroom there. Our concern was maybe there might be some items of value, of forensic value, that may be still in the actual sink. We don't normally do that to every single crime scene. We had a reason for that because of that spray pattern, that white substance that had appeared to have been sprayed.
So you're kind of following the information investigation as it unfolds?
Yes.
And did you notice a hair in the guest bathroom area?
Yes, I did.
Where about was that?
That would have been on the sink, I believe.
And if it's all right, Lieutenant, it's a small point, but I might as well bring it up to you because it's heavy, if that's all right. May I approach, Judge?
Approach the witness?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
I'm just going to approach you with Exhibit 15. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, Lieutenant, but you had mentioned just in response to my last question, there may have been a hair, you think maybe on the sink area, and you had asked before that there might be a few things to refresh your memory, so I figured this might be a time for that, okay?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Thank you.
This is 15, and I've opened it to Bates 260. I don't know how you're going to get hold of that, but...
May I stand?
You may, yes.
And just for purposes of this one question, I'll direct you to the third-ish paragraph that begins, there's also a spare bathroom, if you see that one.
Are we looking at 260?
Yes.
260? Okay.
There's also a spare bathroom, kind of middle of the page. And then just a few sentences down, if you would just read that to yourself, and then I'll ask you again that same question.
I'm sorry. Let me correct that. The small black hair was actually on the toilet bowl.
And fair to say that you were at this scene for 4 days?
Yes.
And at least as to the day we're currently we had talked about last was from about 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. that day?
Yes.
So now I'm moving forward in your role here. We've seen the photos of the office. Do you remember anything about the home office?
Yes.
Was there any electronic items that were taken from there?
There was an older laptop. We could kind of tell that didn't appear to be used recently. And then there was also an iPad.
And again, at this point of the investigation, this is that first few days after the murder?
Yes.
So you tell me, do you as detectives know what may or may not be on those devices at the time that you're collecting them from the floor?
No, we don't. We have a unit that specializes in the extraction and the analyzation of electronic devices, cell phones, iPads, computers, laptops. So they're assigned to forensically look through those devices.
And now moving to the backyard, can you tell me a little bit about the backyard? I'll focus first on that block wall in the farthest east between Allison's backyard and the alley.
Okay. So the backyard has a block wall that obviously separates her property to the alleyway to the east. The block wall is your standard, just normal block wall with cement blocks, and then on top there was a decorative type of block that was kind of the top piece of that wall.
And we've seen a few pictures, but when you say decorative, is that, could you kind of see through that decorative part of the block?
Yes, I mean the decor of the block had different crosses and things throughout it, so you could stand there and look through the block wall into her backyard.
And now I'm going to move back towards the house. What do you remember being on the porch?
So the porch had a covered porch. So when you exit the sliding glass door from the home and onto the porch, it had the standard cool decking for the pool. Covered by the porch, there were some lawn chairs or lounge reclining chairs that one would lay on. There was 3 different coolers, igloo coolers that were out there. One was next to the sliding glass door, and then there were 2 others that were next to the lounge chairs, which were probably 10 to 15 feet away from that sliding glass door. And then there was a pool, your standard backyard pool, that kind of was in the middle of the property. And then as you're looking at the pool, which would be to the left, or the north part of the property, there was a grass area.
You mentioned the coolers, and now, in some ways, combining a few of the days that you were there, did you ultimately take the beers out of those coolers?
Yes.
Can you tell me more about what the bottles in the coolers look like?
The coolers were, there was beer in one of the coolers. They were removed. It was obviously the coolers were wet, and they were filled with water. They were the caps, the metal caps on top of the beer bottles had a slight rust to it, so that it appeared to us that they'd been in there for quite some time. There were some cans of beer in one of the coolers.
And did you observe any of the Leinenkugel's brand beer?
Yes, there was one Leinenkugel's bottle of beer, a creamy dark. It's a type of Leinenkugel's beer that was it was the only Leinenkugel's in that set of beer. The rest were like Pabst Blue Ribbon and Coors Light. There might have been a Four Peaks in there too.
You might have mentioned this, but these beers are they inside of the cooler when you first observed them?
Yes. So just to be clear, they were actually in the cooler. So we opened the cooler and found them soaking in the water.
We're going to just stay in the backyard for a moment. Do you personally observe that a tile from the pool inside the pool?
Yes. So at the edge of the pool had your standard tile around the edges of it. There was one spot right as you walk out of the front door and you walk directly to the pool. There was a section of the pool tile, roughly around 6 inches or so, that had been broken off and was lying at the bottom of the pool, along with a piece of carpet that was at the bottom that had some like red coloring kind of on the actual piece of carpet.
Do you notice anything about the tile from the pool when it's pulled out? Do you recall?
I'd have to refer to my report on that.
And that's okay. If you do need to refresh your memory, absolutely. Let me ask you a few more questions. Well, let me just direct you, since I found it while I'm standing here, to 261.
You may.
March, April 2015, I started documenting all of this.
So you began documenting, ultimately would have incorporated any written notes or anything into an official police report?
Yes.
And I asked you a bunch of questions today, and a few times you said looking at your report might help refresh your memory.
Yeah, just because it's the time now.
course. And what's one of the reasons why you might write these police reports?
To refresh my recollection, just to remember exactly some small or specific details.
And what I've been directing you to thus far are these words that you wrote back in 2015?
Yes.
And would looking at that report help refresh your memory as to my question referenced that you saw anything associated with the tile from the pool?
Yes.
So if I could direct you to page 261, the bottom paragraph, and if you could just read it to yourself, and if that refreshes your memory, go ahead and don't look back at the book when you answer. I know it's a large item right there.
Okay.
Were you able to read that? Oh.
Yes, I was.
Did you notice anything associated with the tile when it was removed from the pool?
There was a large piece of hair, and then on the edge of where the towel was, there was some red stains, which consisted of blood.
And for the record, the witness is not looking at the notebook. He's looking at the jury when he's answering. Did you notice anything else in the pool?
Yes, there was a silver hoop earring at the bottom of the pool.
You had seen Allison Feldman's body that night of the 18th.
Yes.
Did you notice if she was wearing an earring or earrings or not on that night?
I did notice that she had one earring on.
To your knowledge, did it appear to be consistent with the earring that you observed from the pool?
Yes.
You said there was a mat or a carpet you described from the pool?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit more, just to reorient yourself to that? Tell me more about the carpet.
Yes, so once we removed the carpet, the size of the carpet was a square, and it was consistent with the void pattern that was apparent outside of the sliding glass door. So it had appeared that piece of carpet, initially we thought it was a rug, but once we pulled it out of the pool and it flipped it up, it was obviously it was a piece of carpet, but that was being utilized as kind of like a doormat outside of the sliding glass door, and we were able to show that that piece of carpet was outside of the actual door due to that void in the on the ground or on the cement there.
What do you mean by void?
The void of something was there, and there was a shape around it to show that there was something there that is no longer in that place, in that position.
I have like a page and a half left of questions for you. Kind of transitioning, Judge. I don't know if you want me to just keep going or when you want me to take a break.
If you want to stop now, we can. It's up to you if you're at a natural juncture in your questions.
Natural as any, I suppose.
Okay, all right. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take that afternoon break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back here at 3:15. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and we will continue on with the state's direct examination of this witness.
Thank you, Judge. So we ended, I was going to plan to ask you a little bit about 220, but I'd like to orient you to the house briefly. So we'll start with, I'm going to show you 252 previously admitted. All these initial ones are previously admitted that I have up here with me. So Detective, does this look kind of familiar as far as the layout of the house?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that you described for us? Okay. Now, might just be helpful since we're here. On February 20th, were you present for the application of the Blue Star chemical?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell me, we heard about what that is, but how is it applied to the house?
The Blue Star is mixed together with different liquids, and I believe, I'm not exactly sure exactly what the mixture contains, but it eventually is poured into a standard spray, something that you would use to spray your insects or weeds or something like that. It's like a weed sprayer of some sort with a long wand, and you pump it up, and then you spray that mixture onto the area that you're looking to see how the Blue Star reacts to the surface.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about Blue Star with a different witness, but is that something you can see once it's applied to wherever it's going to be applied to the ground, for instance? Is that something then that you can see with your naked eye that there's some sort of blue?
Yes, so the lighting conditions need to be correct in order to see it. If you did it out in the sunlight, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the glow that is created. So you have to use a dark environment, whether that's at night or dark out shades, whatever your kind of environment is. But it has to be dark in order to kind of really see the true source of the glow that is being caused by the reaction.
And because we've talked about some of this in your testimony, I'm going to show you some previously admitted photos, okay?
Okay.
So 56, what is this? We've heard about this, but you testified as to some beer in coolers. Does this look like?
Yes.
And so when you were at the scene initially, was this beer on top of the coolers like this, or was it inside of coolers or something else?
It would have been inside the coolers.
And is this what you described as sort of just potentially floating in water, or some having rust on the caps?
Yes.
Okay. So these are going to be kind of disjointed in the time frame of them, because fair to say you were present for this house, but you didn't take this picture yourself.
Correct.
Okay. So now I'm going to move to 80, what you had mentioned, the carpet.
Yes.
Yeah, may I approach, Judge?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
Awkward here, so I might just hold this up for you, Lieutenant, but this has been marked as Exhibit 14. It has can you tell me what this appears to be?
Yes, so Exhibit 14 is the square patch of carpet that we found at the bottom of the pool, which is being shown here in Exhibit 80.
It's not really possible to show this to you without showing it to the courtroom, but is this a fair and accurate depiction of that carpet piece that was pulled out of the pool?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I move to admit Exhibit 14.
Any objection? No objection. It's ordered admitting Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Just so you see on the back here, what is that?
There's some dark Exhibit 14 on the back side of it. It's got some kind of darkish markings that are foreign to the actual fibers of the bottom side of the carpet.
I'm approaching with Exhibit 2. This I can hand to you, sir. Would you tell me what, if you recognize that item?
Yes, so Exhibit 2 is the earring that we had seen on at the bottom of the pool, and also the one earring that was still on Allison Feldman.
So I'm just going to show you 96, which has been admitted, and then 99 also admitted. So is what you're holding in your hand, does that appear to be the earring that was pulled out of the pool?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I'd move to admit Exhibit 2.
Any objection? It's ordered admitting Exhibit 2 into evidence.
And now I did have a few questions that I had asked you about the items, so I'm just going to show you this. 82, the couch. Is this what you had described as there's a computer on the couch?
Yes, that laptop number 12 was the laptop that I was referring to earlier on the couch.
And is that the laptop that was missing a charging cable as far as you could tell looking in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Exhibit 100, what does that appear to be?
Exhibit 100 is that piece of tile that I described earlier that was consistent with the other tile along the edge of her pool. So this piece, Exhibit 100 here, was found at the bottom of the pool that we were able to remove from that pool, and we obviously noticed on that piece of tile there was also some hair, excuse me, some long hairs on them.
Would that have
Excuse me.
stood out to you as potentially being important for this type of investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, I'm going to jump inside now and just show you a few things because as we've moved through, you noted on the floor in the home there appeared to be sort of a pattern on the floor. Can you tell me again what that was?
The pattern,
like S shape?
Yeah. So in the leading from the Arcadia sliding door through the home down the hallway, there was this blood pattern that was a transfer pattern of movement of blood that kind of snaked its way or S its way through the dining room area down to the hallway, leading up to where Allison was found lying on her back in the hallway.
I'm showing you what we've seen previously as Exhibit 121. Did this particular item stand out to you?
Yes. So as you can see at the top of this exhibit, this photo, we're 21 of that. That's that sliding glass door that I described. Just to the, I guess, west of it would be that a glass table with 3 chairs. Landing on there is a Swiffer mop that we believe was used as a mechanism to cover up or move some of the blood around along with the potentially the bleach or whatever caustic agent that was on the floor.
And gonna jump. Well, I'll show you this one. Just again, you're taking stock of the items that are around the home. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. So exhibit number 122 here shows a photo of photo marker 23, which is a stand-up mirror. So the stand-up mirror was to the right of the slider door, where it was kind of on display, and in the reflection you can see the kind of the clothes hanger where she was hanging some clothes to dry. To the right of this mirror would be your kitchen area.
And was it clear to you from the start whether or not that dining room, like between the kitchen and dining room and into the hallway, whether that area was an area of focus or concern?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you 102, which we have talked about. I'm going to just orient you. Is this the laundry room?
Yes, so the laundry room is directly to the south of the kitchen. So where we were standing at looking at looking at that kitchen table, if you were to turn to your right, you'd look through the kitchen, it would flow into into the laundry room there.
And so now I'm just going to go to 103 and see if can you tell us what stood out to you about this part of the home?
Yes, so 103 is kind of we're in the laundry room now, and we're looking at the bottom part of the top part of the washer and dryer. There are front loader washer dryers. Above that is the cabinets that are above your washer and dryer. What stood out in importance to me was the 3 knobs that you see at the cabinets had this white spray pattern that impacted those 3 knob areas.
And can you kind of see that in this picture? If I direct your attention to the left knob here?
Yes.
And what is it, this white discoloration or something else?
No, it's the white discoloration just to the left of that knob there. You can kind of see the spots on the other cabinet door.
And we've seen this picture, but you were present at the scene yourself.
Yes, I was.
Is this something that you could readily see with the naked eye?
Yes.
Would it have stood out to you as unusual given your training and experience investigating these types of crimes?
Yes, it did.
I'm going now to 104. What is that?
So 104 is we're still in the laundry room, and it would be on the other side of where the washer and dryer at, it would be another cabinet. And what stood out to me was item number 15, which is at the top there next to that bottle of Raid, is 2 boxes of Swiffer sweeper boxes containing the pads for your Swiffer mop.
And so for your role in kind of directing what is to be photographed and collected, or being a piece of that team, was this something that you felt might be important?
Yeah, I believe it may possess some evidentiary value to it, because of that Swiffer that I talked about earlier was maybe used as a mechanism to help cover up or remove any type of forensic evidence. This is part of the device that would help create that. So that this item 15, these Swiffer boxes, I felt were of evidentiary value because that's where the person may have retrieved them from.
Now I'm moving to a different location. Well, I won't be able to orient you all that well here, but 145. Can you see any of that similar white pattern that we've been talking about on this exhibit 145?
Yes. So 145 is a picture of her car, which is in the garage, and I call it a garage, but it's more of it was a carport where they put a garage door over it. But that's where her car was parked at. On the passenger door here, there was that same type of white spray pattern that you can kind of see running down the car door. The fluid is running down the car door.
I'm going to stick with this kind of theme for a second, but moving locations again. 160. Do you recognize this general location here?
Yes, so 160 here is a photograph of Allison's bedroom. We're looking at, you can kind of see the bedroom, her bed off to the right there, and then off to the left is the main set of drawers for her dresser. And you see the knobs, then above them are white labels that we would place there to help identify each knob. Along those knobs were spray patterns of that same white impacted spray that was sprayed on them.
And I'll show you a few photographs of that, but I wanted to ask, when you were present in the home from the 19th to the 21st, each individual day that you arrive at the home, and I don't think we've talked too much about the 21st yet, but my question is, are you, as part of your role, are you moving about the house?
Yes. So obviously being there for multiple days, we are moving throughout the house as we collect certain evidence. As we process certain parts of the home, we move on to another part, or start going through certain parts of the home. As we're in there, we're doing our best to continually be aware of our surroundings, not brush up to anything that may have not been processed or may have not been swabbed yet. That's why we were trying our best to kind of keep the personnel to a minimum as best we could, and just try to keep our whereabouts and our body position, our situational awareness away from touching certain things.
And you said you're doing your best. I understand that are you, to your knowledge, wearing the gloves and booties when you're engaging in any sort of scene processing?
Yes. So as we're in the home, I'm wearing my gloves, rubber gloves, my booties. Every time I exited the home, I would change them out. If I handled something differently, I would change gloves. I was trying to do the best I could with wearing those protective devices.
And this bears asking, but you're physically in the home for these essentially 4 days.
Yes.
And you are working, is that right?
Yes.
And is it possible that you could have coughed during the numerous hours you were present in the home?
It's possible.
Is it possible you could have been sweating?
Yes.
Could you have wiped your forehead at some point?
Yes.
Or, again, you said you take care and try not to brush up against anything. Is it possible you did without realizing it sitting here today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're not just standing there with nothing in our hands as a robot. We actually have notepad and pens that we're documenting. We're writing notes. We're moving about the residence, the home, at certain points strategically as we collect certain stuff.
And now, as you are working in the home, I'm kind of losing my voice. Are you going? Let's say you are working in this in the bedroom area around this dresser. After you are in there, do you potentially open drawers to see what's inside at some point?
Yeah, after it's been properly photographed and swabbed. One of the drawers here has already been opened. You can kind of see where the pink piece of clothing is sticking out of it. That was not us yet. These are all photographs. Before we opened anything, we made sure we properly processed it and collected any items of forensic value before we opened it and went through it.
And the question I was trying to get at was, again, are you cleaning behind yourself? Are you like wiping the drawers down after you opened it?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go through the last couple photos because we were talking about spray over before I kind of derailed you here. So 161, what is that?
So 161 is a photo straight on of that dresser cabinet or that dresser. And you can definitely see the impact of the white spray that is on those knobs of those drawers.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you about every single one, but maybe just grab one for demonstration's sake. 165 here, can you see what you've described as that white substance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's 165. And then 158, you had mentioned potentially seeing, did you see spray over potentially on handles in the home as well?
Yes, under 158, I think, or did you say 155? 158 is a picture of a handle of a door that had that same spray over.
Okay. So we've kind of arrived at 2/21, that final day, the Saturday in the home. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about what you did there, and then I've got some more photos to show you of the home before we move on, okay?
Okay.
So 2/21, what did that day what was the focus on that day going back to the home?
So 221, February 21st is a Saturday, and that ended up being our last day at the Feldman residence. And our main focus there was the final collection of some of the larger pieces of evidence. We had to get a U-Haul truck to kind of transport these items. So we were talking about the couch, the chair, and some other large set of items.
And so at this point on the 21st, is a lot of the scene processing when it comes to swabbing things mostly been done?
Yes, yeah. So the majority of swabbing, collecting of evidence of things, of items of forensic value occurred those first 3 days. Kind of the last day is now kind of the wrap of collection. Most of our processing was all done by then.
And we will hear from additional CSS personnel as to exact swabs on the exact time that they did them. But fair to say you didn't take, in this particular case, although you're directing things, you didn't take a lot of those swabs themselves, a CSS or lab person did? Yeah,
so my role, my job as a detective is not necessarily to be the person that actually collects the piece of evidence. Our crime scene specialists are specifically trained in the proper collection of that.
And on this date, on the 21st, you said you're moving furniture?
Yes.
Is there anything of note do you decide to take the couch?
Yes, I do.
And is there anything of note that ultimately comes out of that?
Yeah, so when we moved the couch, underneath the couch, unbeknownst to us, we find a broken top of a beer bottle, which belonged to a Leinenkugel's bottle, which still had the cap at the top of it, and it was from a Honey Weiss type of Leinenkugel bottle.
So we talked a little bit about glass that you saw in the home right away, kind of stood out to
Yes.
you. Now this, though, to be clear, this top of the bottle that you saw, this is the first time that you laid eyes on this thing was the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, I think the top of it had a Honey Weiss. Did you just say that?
Yes.
When you were examining the glass pieces that had been collected or that you had seen at the home initially going through, did it appear to you that there could be glass related to a different, not a Honey Weiss beer?
Yes. So when I was in that sunken dining room, living room area, there was numerous shards of glass, smaller pieces, not a lot of bigger ones, but more smaller ones. But one of the glass pieces had still attached to it that green label, which was consistent and the same as the green label found on that Leinenkugel's creamy dark beer that we found on the patio. So when we found the Honey Weiss, we have a Honey Weiss Leinenkugel bottle, and then also a broken piece of a Leinenkugel's creamy dark beer.
And so that appeared to be, you mentioned the partial green label. Are you Leinenkugels? Are you familiar with Leinenkugels?
Yes, I am. Okay.
So you recognize that partial green label as more likely related to the creamy dark?
Yes.
Okay. Did that lead you to any sort of understanding or conclusion as to the potential number of bottles that may have been involved?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, based on what we saw initially or when we were there, we believe there was 2 bottles that were used in the assault.
Did you ever find enough glass, to your knowledge, to make up even one whole bottle?
That was one of the things that we couldn't completely wrap our head around, was the lack of glassware from 2 bottles, especially with larger pieces being missing. We found shards of them, smaller shards, but when we collectively kind of brought them together, in our opinion, it didn't feel like there was enough of that bottle to make a whole bottle.
Did you ultimately, assist or direct someone to collect all of the glass that you were able to see?
Yes.
So we're gonna stick with the house for now, and I have a collection of pictures just to orient you a little bit. Initially, Judge, I've shown these to defense, and they are agreeing to stipulate to 420. They're not a cohesive order or set, so I'm going to have to read the numbers if that's okay.
That's fine.
423, 424, 425, 429, 430, 436, 442, 442, 443, 455, 456, 457, 458, 460, 463, 461, 463, 466, and 468.
Any objection? Okay, it's ordered admitting those exhibits into evidence.
And so I'm not going to show you every picture from that night. We do have someone who will talk about that a little bit. But you talked about those letter placards. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And this is 423. So we've seen photos with the number placards that no longer had these letter placards. So when is this? When are these photos taking place?
This would have been taken the evening or the night of the 18th of the Wednesday, the 18th.
So into that, you mentioned you stayed there till 2:30 in the morning that night of the 18th. So these would have been that late night time frame?
Yes. So the first night that we're there, or when we first responded, and we were in the home for the first time, and we're identifying those 26 different areas of significant forensic value. This would have been that night. That would have been that first night.
And I'm going to show you a few more photos in a second, but do you see PM, H? Do you see H?
Yes, I do.
Do you refer to that? You mentioned PM. What is PM again?
Photo marker.
And so would you commonly refer to that as PMH?
Yep, that would be photo marker H.
So we'll get back to that. I'm going to go to 424. What are we looking at here?
This photo here is depicting the orientating it, being in the dining room area, looking towards the hallway, and the blood patterns that are seen on that tiled floor.
And while we're here today talking about it, you mentioned, do you see PME in this?
Yes.
Of course, sort of middle of the photo right here?
Yes.
I'm going to just go to the next one, which is 425. Is that the same?
Yes.
What is that?
Photo marker PME here is depicting the glass shards that are in the photo here.
So you had described sort of various areas of the home where you had seen glass. Is this an example of some of the glass that you would have seen with your as you're in the home that night?
Yeah, this area, yes.
429, we're returning now to PMH.
Yep.
So, I got to ask you, Detective, you were there. Did PMH stand out to you for any reason?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Well, the stains here in the area of photo marker H were different than they were not, from what I could tell, were not blood. It was more of a sticky, vicious, or type of substance droplets that were did not appear to come from blood. They appeared to be something almost had some sort of substances within in that droplet. And what also stood out to me was the fact that the type of stain here is absent from anywhere else that we saw. It was next to that chair that's been pulled away from the table. So it's the orientation, it being near where the blood pattern is going by it, the way that the stain has now impacted the tile floor showed me that somebody was standing, or it was falling through gravity, and it didn't have any movement to the actual stain.
And so you're obviously here, and you see blood in the house, right?
Yes.
And I'll show you. Maybe I'll jump for a second to 436. So can you see blood in this picture?
Yes.
And did PMH, as you're looking at it in person, you said it stood out to you as different or unique?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go now. That was 429 I just put up. I'm going to go to 430. That's, what is that?
430 is now a real close-up photo of that area of photo marker PMH. And as looking at it from a very close, you can definitely see the light colored of the stain compared to more obviously a redder stain in that previous exhibit where it was a lot more red.
And so just to be clear, when you're looking at this the night of, well, are you able to eyeball this and tell us that I know exactly what that is?
No.
But you were able to know this is something that looks different.
Yes.
In the way you described to us?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few more moving through the house. 442, do you see that one?
Yes, 442 shows a picture of PM letter P, as in Paul, and that's indicating the area where that larger, kind of that little bit bigger beer bottle glass shard is at.
Now I'm just going to go to 443. Is that, what is that?
Just a 443 is a zoomed picture of that piece of glass beer bottle.
Okay, and now sticking with the glass here, I'm moving to 455. What is this? Can you see? Actually, I'll just focus. Can you see PMW?
Yes, I can.
Where in the house are we at right now?
So we're almost. I mean, we're kind of you're be standing kind of in that threshold between the dining room to the kitchen, looking towards where the hallway would lead you, kind of just above where G's at. On the other side of G, on the other side of that pillar is the front door, and then to the left of where W's at, that is that kind of that sunken living room with the tile floor, a different type of tiled floor where I kind of described earlier about being that larger pool of blood in that area.
Can you kind of see in this picture some of the swipe pattern that you were describing?
Yes, so next to the right of PMW is that swiping pattern that leads or shows directionality towards towards where Allison was found.
Do you see the edge of PMH? If I go back, I guess can't see the placard in 455, but if I go back to 429, is it? And then I go from 429 to 455. Can you kind of see the edge of PMH in this photo?
Yes, just to the right of the four legs of that chair, you see the stains where PMH was identified.
Kind of right middle edge of this 455?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go now. I know we lost it, but W is what I was initially focused on. So now I'm going to show you 456. What is that?
So W was indicating the area where all the small little tiny pieces of shard glass were at. And then at the top of, or just to the right, in the top of the page there is where that swiping pattern it was in.
And then we had mentioned you're in the home, Miss Beamer, Miss Kano, and a crime scene unit person is taking photos?
Yes.
Do you, well, strike that, I'll ask you in just a second. Does it have a few sensitive photos that I'm going to put up that defense has stipulated to at this point?
Okay, they're not admitted yet?
No, they are. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just was noting it for the media. And
Okay,
for your honor.
thank you. So to our media representative, we will not be filming this portion. Thank you.
So I'm going to put up 457 and a couple questions. In this photo, there is some additional placards. To your knowledge, were crime scene personnel also processing things overnight? At least a few items?
I'm sorry, could you just rephrase your question?
Yeah. Well, tell me what we're looking at.
So what we're looking at is Allison's body as it was found lying in the hallway, lying on her back with the dress on top of her face. And then towards her feet you'll see the hallway, which leads to her master bedroom, along with the spare bedrooms and bathroom.
And what I'm going to remove this from the screen for the moment for these questions. My question was, as we had talked about the ABC markers being present early on for Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer and the kind of collection that night. Were there crime scene personnel involved in that initial night as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll leave it at that for a moment. I'm going to ask you a few more questions about the hallway. So this is 450. I'm continuing on with sensitive photos, Judge. You described for us an item before I show 458 for the record. You described to us an item of clothing over Allison's face. You remember
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes.
I'm showing you 458 now. And does that appear to be, what is that?
That's the 458 is going to be the picture of the dress that is draped over her face.
And is this, the way you were describing it, just covering her face?
Yes, covering her face and the upper part of her body, her
Okay.
torso area.
I've removed 458. I'm going now to 460. What is this?
460 is a picture of her navel area, and in that navel area is filled with some sort of a liquid. Along with that, you can see the picture depicts some of that red, not reddish, but it's that burning type of burn mark or mark left by that caustic agent, along with some blue or purple bruising that's occurring in her pelvic region.
Okay. And so you had described a bunch of this for us in your words, but is this essentially what you were observing of her body?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is her, you said this was her navel?
Yes.
Like belly button?
Her belly button, yes.
Is that what you described as like potentially a caustic stain?
Yes. Around the ring of it, you can see that reddish mark, and then other parts of her body, on her legs, on her torso, on her face, on her chest area, smaller marks that were consistent with that ring around her navel area.
I've removed that about 30 seconds ago. This is now 461. What are we looking at here?
So 461 is a picture of that dress that was draped over her face. And as I'm looking at this, I can see that the dress is black and that the caustic agent is now discoloring the dress, along with almost eating the material up at the bottom of the photo. I saw, or bottom of the dress, it was starting to kind of almost fall apart, but it was coming apart.
Was this dress ultimately collected?
Yes, it was collected. And
okay, we talked about this one. I have a few more photos. There's one I'd like to ask you about. May I have just one moment, Judge?
You may.
Approach you with 462. This is an exhibit defense indicated. They're not stipulated to today. Can you just take a look at that without showing the jury for a moment? And what is 462 generally? Is that a picture of Allison's face?
yes, it is. After we removed that dress.
Is that what you would have seen on the scene that night on February 18th?
Yes, it was.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what her face looked like when you removed that dress?
Yes, it was a fair and accurate representation.
Judge, I'd move to admit 462.
Any objection? All right, would you like to approach? once again, we are filming, do not film the sensitive photos. Thank you.
So detective, I'm going to show you first. Well, we'll go this way. 463. What is this?
So this was a picture of Allison's face, and after we removed the dress.
And I'm going to ask you about it, but I'm going to remove it from the podium for a moment because I have another one. Maybe you can look at 466. What is this?
So 466 is showing that earring on her right ear, which is consistent with the same earring that was found at the bottom of the pool.
You mentioned, scooting this photo up a little bit, you mentioned there's, well, what does it appear to be here just from your observations at the scene?
From my observation at the scene, the mark just below her chin is a ligature mark. Next to it, there was some bruising, and then the continual of the ligature mark around the back of the neck area.
And I'm removing that from the podium. What is you say ligature, what does that mean?
Ligature, some sort of a hard piece of cord of some sort, is used to strangle the victim.
Now I'm going to put up 462. What is this?
So 462 is a full-on facial front shot of Allison's face, where it's depicting the bruising around her eyes, the burn marks around, or the caustic agent as it reacts to the skin, her lip region. As we got closer, you could see almost pinpoint hemorrhaging of the skin area, and then the bottom part of the chin is the continual of the ligature mark.
I've removed that about 25 seconds or so. Well, you'll see more photos of injuries as we move through the trial and with the medical examiner, but I wanted to be clear, that was what you would have observed at the scene once that dress was removed.
Yeah, once that dress was removed, that was an area that we definitely saw.
Now I'm just continuing through with some of those photos, but you had mentioned some of the chemical. Well, tell me about this photo. This is 468.
468 is a picture of the hallway after Allison's been removed. Now, at the top of the picture, there's that small white ball. That's something that's part of the Faro scanner, that laser scanner that we use to help document the scene. So that's placed there as part of how that system or how that piece of equipment works. Just down the photo, in the middle of the photo, you'll see the outline of the caustic agent as it was underneath Allison's body, kind of depicting how she was laying at with her buttocks area, her top of her back, her arms, and her legs. And then to the right, along the right side of the wall, was the large blood pooling event where the blood was coming out of her head.
So just so I understand, this redness here, sort of middle center of the photograph, to you when you were present, consistent with blood?
Yes.
And that would have been where her head was when her body was in the hallway?
Yes.
And this up here, you mentioned it, I think, but I just want to, now that I'm kind of noting it for the record, this lighter color here in the middle of the photo was potentially, appeared to you to be a somewhat different consistency than this blood here? Yes,
that the consistency was definitely different. It was a hardish, almost, I would say hard. It looked to be hard, yellowish, crystallized substance that adhered to the floor, and it definitely had a lot lighter of a color than a typical blood, where it dries and it becomes very dark.
So I'm going to keep moving. You, detective, at the time you're a detective, but did you have a few other tasks in this investigation shortly after ending at the scene on the 21st?
Yes, I did. I spoke with Alex's sister over the phone. I spoke to her about her knowledge of what had happened, and what she knew about Allison and her activities.
And not asking what the sister told you, Alex's sister told you, but would that have taken place around February 24th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you have a reason to reach out to Alex's sister? Do you remember?
Yes, we did.
What was just generally the the reason that you talked to her?
We had learned that Allison had, I believe, sent a text message to her, and it was indicating that they were going to meet up at some point. So we were interested as to what that whole scenario looked like.
So at this point, February 24th, 2015, someone else in Scottsdale Police may be relaying information that they have looked into for some of the electronic devices found in Allison's home?
Yes. So that was one of the responsibilities of one of the detectives, is to look at what Allison's electronics and her digital profile almost looked like, what her phone did, what she may have been communicating with, and some of the evidence that we got from some of the forensic extractions and examinations of the devices that we currently had.
Okay. Sticking with essentially right after, or shortly after the homicide, February 25th of 2015, were you asked to collect some surveillance video?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So the surveillance video that I was asked to collect was from the Walmart, and that we had previously talked about over at Pima and Chaparral. And that Walmart was important to us because that we had that receipt of her going to Walmart prior to coming home that evening. So we were interested, and I wanted to see what her activities looked like while she entered the parking lot, as she entered the Walmart, and then after she exited the Walmart, whatever we could see on their surveillance system.
Did you at some point review, sticking with the surveillance that you're talking about right now, did you at some point review that yourself?
Yes.
And so the Pima and Chaparral Walmart, did you take note of times where you may have seen the victim arriving and leaving that Walmart?
Yes, I did.
And we haven't admitted that video and talked too much about that video yet, but is it fair to say that you were tasked with, hey, can you take a look at this video for me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe anything of note other than the victim's arrival and leaving at that Walmart?
No.
Was it consistent with the receipt that you were aware of at that point?
Yes.
Do you also remember obtaining surveillance from a Walmart reference the time frame 9 p.m. to close on February 17th?
Yes.
And what would be the purpose of looking for a Walmart surveillance from 9 p.m. to or the closing time of that Walmart on the 17th if the victim would have been home at that time?
So the significance behind that was we were trying to determine if anyone may have went to that Walmart because of the time of night, the time of day, it being one of the only probably open areas to potentially purchase bleach or chlorine. We wanted to see if anyone happened to buy those items.
Was another detective tasked with actually reviewing that Walmart video that
Yes.
you just mentioned? Okay. Is that normal to have tasks divvied up like that?
Very common.
Did you also have occasion to reach out to Allison's hairdresser or hair stylists?
Yes, I did.
And again, what was the basis of that? Why would you have done that?
Excuse me. The purpose of that was we wanted to get an understanding a little bit more about Allison's life and anything that may have been talked to as a hairdresser, as someone that she had went to quite frequently. We wanted to see her pattern of life and see if this hairdresser may have known something that was unknown at the time of the investigation.
And without telling us what that person said, did you do this follow-up around February 26, 2015?
Yes.
And is there anything of particular note or concern that you needed to follow up on from that conversation?
I don't believe so, no.
We're going to keep kind of moving through time a little bit here. At this point in 2015, can you remind me, when do you leave the Violent Crimes Unit detective role?
So in April of 2015, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant. So as part of our standing operating procedures is when you promote, we have a policy to be reassigned from your current assignment to a patrol bureau to take on that new role.
So you became a patrol sergeant in April 2015?
Yes.
And so going now to right before that, February 24th, 2015, were you asked to collect some consensual buccal swabs from individuals that may have reason to be in or around Allison's home?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. These two individuals that we had learned through the investigation that there were different people that were in the home, contractors, people that were doing home repairs. Two of these people were in Allison's home that we had determined to be in the home. And so we wanted to see about getting their DNA to help identify if they had left any DNA behind, that we knew who that belonged to, along with any knowledge of what they knew about Allison and where they were that evening.
So I'm not going to use those persons' names necessarily, but you were operating off of information that there may have been some people working in the home, and so you went to get a buccal swab from them?
Yes.
And you said consensually?
Yes.
And why are you focusing on buccal swabs for these people? Why is that important to the investigation?
Buccal swabs are internal swabs of the inside of your cheek, where it collects cells off of your cheek that are used to develop a DNA profile of that person.
And at this point, we haven't had any testimony about DNA. So I'm not going to ask you about any sort of conclusions or results, but for the purposes of directing your investigation or the role that you took in this investigation, as of the beginning of, or the end of February, were you aware of potential DNA results on PMH?
Yes.
By the beginning of March, were you aware of potential DNA results as it related to that bottle found under the couch?
Yes, I did.
Is it fair to say, kind of leading here, but is it fair to say that the knowledge of that DNA was passed on to you by the Scottsdale Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did that in some ways direct your investigation at that point?
Yes, because we found the same DNA profile from PMH was also on that bottle underneath the couch, along with the victim's DNA was also found on that bottle.
And so from an investigative perspective, you have DNA results, and you're continuing to follow up with men could have been in the area?
Yes, because that was based on the DNA that was able to be developed. The profile that was able to be developed from the crime lab indicated to us that it was a male.
And just to be clear, I don't want to get too far into what the lab did or their role and their conclusions. But you, at the time, now early, February, March 2015, you have a profile, but you don't have a match or a connection to anyone at all, right?
That's correct.
We'll call it an unknown male at this point.
Correct.
Okay. So now we're going to go to September of 2015. You're now a patrol sergeant?
Yes.
Do you make contact with a male in the, I'll just tell you here, 87th and Angus?
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Relatively, it is within the few streets, I believe, to the north. Yeah, it would be the north of where Allison lived. So in 87th Street, Allison lived roughly on 86th Street. So it was one street to the east and then a few streets to the north.
And again, the point here is someone reaches out to you that there's a male in this area?
Yes.
Does he consensually provide you a buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay. What are you doing with these swabs? Do you personally do the little cheek thing?
Yes.
And what happens with the swab?
So after I collect that piece of evidence, I'm wearing gloves, and I consensually get their permission to collect that evidence. They open their mouth. I swab the inside of their cheek. At the end of the swab is a clear cap that item is capped. That is now a stick about that long or so with a cap with a kind of a cotton swab at the end. That is placed into an evidence envelope where it is documented with the report number, the person who it came from, an item number that is generated by our records management system. It is sealed into that envelope and is then placed into our evidence freezer for storage.
And just one more of those, October 21st, 2015, do you make contact with another male in the neighborhood and obtain his consensual buccal swab?
Yes.
To be clear, are you just walking around at this point, that the swabs that I've talked about up to now, are you just walking around to males, or is someone alerting you there's somebody in the area if you want to talk to them?
Yeah, we're getting different calls for service for different reasons, and that's part of what we were doing as part of the neighborhood investigation.
So that's a good segue, I suppose. Tell me more about what does that mean, neighborhood investigation?
A little bit different than just a standard neighborhood canvas that might have been used, but a neighborhood canvas is kind of identifying different people who are in the area, or maybe a surveillance video. Neighborhood investigation is a little bit more in depth. The focus there is to ask people what they knew, what they may have heard, who lived in the area, anything suspicious they've seen, identifying different vehicles that may have been seen, any information that the community may have that they were unaware about being reported to law enforcement.
Judge, may we approach?
You may. Today's our last day for a couple weeks. We'll ask you to reconvene on December 8th, which is a Monday, at 10:30 a.m. As you go home for these couple of weeks, please remember that admonition, which is very important. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, or text or email, or talk to anyone on the phone about the case. Don't watch any news stories or read any news articles about this case or anyone involved with this case. If you are accidentally exposed to something about this case, please end that exposure immediately. And again, we really appreciate your service. Thank you very much for serving as jurors in this trial. And then I'll